Check, check. Back to voice time. Glad you could make it, Eonic. It's always nice to see people in, especially right when you log on. I'm a little early myself. Usually start later than this, but I had a little extra free time, so thought I'd hop in. Maybe we can get a couple in, or switch to something else afterwards. I have been told that I'm a good stream to chill and relax to before bed. At least when I'm playing this. Maybe not so much when I'm losing at Zelda. Alright, let's see. So we finished off Prestige 13. And while I was looking around at things, I hit this button. Normally, you can't end the cycle until you've gone through the 32 years. They have changed that in Experimental. You can now end the cycle at any time. So when I clicked the button, the cycle was over, and I had to start from a brand new map, which I was not prepared for. But now I know, so I won't make that mistake again. Yeah. That's one of the catches of the Experimental branch. If you don't read everything very well, sometimes you learn it the hard way. It's not a big deal. What we did learn, or at least I learned offline, seal fragments exchange themselves into metamaterials instead of being placed against the other teams. It was an experiment, yes. Unfortunately, the exchange rate is extremely low, so we only got 7 food stockpiles for our 7 fragments, so they don't add up to much of anything. So the fragments are basically worthless unless we're going to try and get into a seal, which we're not going to do on the Ironman run. Once we're not doing the Ironman run, we'll go check out the seals and see what happens when we break those. What do we got here? Oh, we got some good ones. Overgrown library, free blueprint, levitating monument. That's where we can move everything for free. Almost everything. Pretty much everything. Increased chance of fertile soil. Increased chance of fertile soil. Flooded mines. Hostility doesn't grow with each passing year, but you'll gain 2 more hostility points per villager. Small team, tons of time. We have slightly less time because we just bumped up to hostility, or not hostility, to prestige 14. Well, hold on a second. The last time I checked this map, when we bumped up against the Smoldering City, we didn't get food for it. This time we do. That's the other thing about Experimental. Not all of the changes are noted. Because theoretically, they have told us the further away we go, the more difficult the level's going to be. So if they're going to let us bump right up against the mountain, get both of these positive modifiers, wow, yeah, that's absolutely in our favor. Then we can run our next run from this Scarlet Orchard, or we can opt to hit the Overgrown Library in the marshland. That's not a bad idea either. free blueprint of our choice on a marshland, absolutely doable. Alternatively, we could just end the cycle again. We have options. But for now, it seems pretty straightforward. We want to do the easiest run possible. So our PB is 13, and we're running 14 this time. So I really don't want to mess this up. Take our plantation. We need something to get food from, and we can take one extra set of food with us. We want our best opportunity to get humans, and we want the most food available, and top group has the most food. Everything else is basically trash. We've got some coats, no help. Copper bars, not really help. We could technically use them for a couple of things. This one gives us a little fabric. This one gives us nothing. So we're going to take lizards. And there's not really anything else for us to do here. Glades have an increased chance of including fertile soil, plus 60%. Let's see what we can do with this. All right. Prestige 14. Here we go. We're there. We got our stuff. Press the button before I change my mind. Make sure I click the right one. I feel like this is the thing that could really screw us up. If I picked the wrong option here right off the bat, it seems like the kind of thing that throws an absolute horrible wrench into my run. If I accidentally picked beavers and lizards, I think we would just... We'd have to veer our ship in a very different direction. Higher expectations. We prefer lowered expectations. Lowered expectations. Impatience falls by 0.5 points less for every reputation point gained. This is mostly a time issue. We can't make the level last as long. Gentle Dawn. New year, new challenges. Gain 3 to global resolve for 3 minutes every time you discover a new glade. Duration stacks. If we get boxes, we can play with that. Otherwise, it's going to be a flat, not great bonus. Fuel consumption in hearths is increased by 20% for each hostility level. We're going to burn through fuel. It's problematic. Keep that in mind. A blood flower will spawn on a random farm field every 70 seconds. That's problematic. We're going to have to keep that one in mind. Insatiable hunger. Villagers have a higher chance of consuming twice the amount of food on break. 10% for each hostility level. That's at hostility 4. That's less problematic. Hopefully we don't have to worry about it. Because we've already got a 50% increase of eating twice as much. So initially this just increases it to 60. Even if it gets up to 100, we're already kind of prepared for that. If it gets to 110, there's a chance they eat triple. Then things get scary. Strange lights, distracted. Villagers with this effect have a 20% chance of destroying the yield with each production cycle. Hey, Q-Tip. Yeah, Blood Rain. Rotten Rain, yeah. The blood flowers. If you forget it's there, it's gonna eat all your food. It's such a pain. It is. If you are well off on food, it's kind of a boon. If we get enough fields going, we just harvest blood flowers. Blood flower, rotten rain, you just kind of throw them together. It's how our brains work. We hear one thing and then we say the word that we just heard. Stupid brains. Stupid English. All right, game's gonna be mean. They jam these two up against each other again. Ooh. This is all you started me with for food? 2 berry bushes? That's cruel. All right, we are going to need to deal with food quickly. Leatherworker, clothier. Leatherworker gets us 2-star fabric. That's really all it's doing for us off the bat. Clothier, in order to do coats, we need a better source of fabric. Water skins and scrolls, we just hope we don't run into those, so I'm thinking leatherworker here. Forester's hut grill. Sometimes we can make grill work. If we can get skewers going, that is helpful. Alternatively, we take the Forester's Hut for crystallized dew. We have... The tool route is not great. I don't like to go Forester's Hut. I don't really like grill here either. Odds are we're never going to get around to ale. Copper bars are not super helpful on their own. This is just 3-star skewers. But we're not going to hold on to it long enough to reroll. So I think we still take the grill. It's unfortunate. Butcher. Just to drive that in home a little further. Skewers, jerky, and oil. If we find a way to get jerky going, that feeds into skewers. So it's an even better food multiplier in that regard. It also gives us access to oil. Distillery would give us barrels with which we would be able to make the ale and wine. It also gives us porridge, which would be good for humans and foxes. I think we're going to need to wait and see what our other races are. Species? I guess they're not races, they're species. We're going to need to see what our other species are. So we'll make our choices later. Let's get chopping. Go bottom right. Bottom left. Wow. That's not a great indicator of how this run is going to go. And top left. Houses. 1, 2, 3. That's enough to get us started. Crude workstation. Leather worker, we can't get down immediately, but soon. Oh, that's a big building. Makeshift post will matter. Did I miss? I missed. This is in the wrong spot. Needs to be over one more. Sorry, trying to get my building set up to where it makes the most sense on my roads, but without actually putting roads down. park. We need a park. And the herbalist and the rocks. It can be two things. I prefer the Scarlet Orchard because of the archaeologist office. It gives us an innate way to lower hostility on the map. So, but even though it is my preferred map type, if these modifiers had fallen on something else, I would have picked something else. We are set up that we can take anything. We even have a couple of camps for our embarkation points if we wanted to do a marshland. So it depends. But yeah, a lot of times my biggest concern is hostility since we're having the levels go so long. If we were trying to win quickly, I wouldn't pick Scarlet Orchard. I would try and avoid it. I only left myself with one builder. That's still fine. There's nothing for him to do but roads right now until we get some wood in. Lost in the Woods. Gain 1 villager every time you discover a new glade. Export specialization. Gain +1 to production yields for all packs of goods. We need a little bit better control than this over our villagers, so I don't want to take Lost in the Woods. Export specialization is helpful. We end up using 33% less food on our packs. Yeah, I talk a lot when I play. It does two things. It helps explain what I'm doing, and it also lets me run the process through my head so that I'm still making the choice that I would make without trying to rush. Because sometimes when I play offline on games, I rush. I just pick a thing like, oh, this one's better. And then I think back and go, oh no. If I had focused for a minute, I would have known that I should have chosen X instead. So looking at these two, my initial reaction is, I don't like either of them. We have a reroll. However, it would only reroll into another set of epic cornerstones, whereas we could wait until we get a legendary roll, and if those are bad, reroll into another legendary. We can make export specialization work. This gives us a bonus. There's no downside to taking it, and it's kind of like bonus food. Food being our biggest issue early on. So we're going to take export specialization. It also might come up in our orders if we need to create packs. Then we can save a lot of goods. They are supposed to have made an update that made packs better, but I don't have enough information on how big that difference is. Q-tip, the lizard woodcutter. There you are. You're over here. Back in my day, we used to just cut down trees with our claws. We didn't have no fancy axes. Do they use axes? I'm pretty sure that they bring out an axe and swing it. Yep, he's holding an axe. The detail we don't usually get to see because I go real fast and just zoom around. A good story makes the work go faster. That is definitely true. Anybody that's ever had a job where they get to work with their friends knows. You sit there and talk to somebody while you're doing the work. It is much better than just doing it on your own. Unless that friend is lazy. And there you are. What are you doing? Taking my food. Alright. I'll have to keep that in mind. I keep saying one of these days we're gonna have a chat big enough that we can fill all 6. And then when I beat somebody out of their glade, they get a temporary ban. Because right now, I think once you get beaten, it kicks you out of the Guardians, but you can just immediately get back in. I know the food. We're gonna have to keep an eye on the food. Enoch, have you played this game? I never know who's found these things because of me and who plays them on their own. Am I gonna need to rush a glade? Oh, we definitely need to wait and see how many more people we get. Ah, okay. Yeah, we might need to rush Glade so that we can find a... We don't have anything. Like, we have nothing. We can't beat... We can't beat any real Glades. Raising the hostility. Puts us to 2. That makes the lizards really unhappy. No time to play games. Ugh. That's no fun. What do we got? We got foxes and beavers. Alright, we didn't get humans. That's gonna be unfortunate. I have to find a way to work around that. Foxes could be helpful. Lost supplies. Gain 40 meat and 40 grain for each completed dangerous or forbidden glade event. Urban planning. For every 10 completed trade routes, all houses will have room for 1 more person. For each completed dangerous or forbidden glade event. That's specific. It's also not a lot. We might be able to work with it. It's incentive to get the butcher down. Scouts work 10% slower on glade events. think we go Butcher, Lost Supplies. I don't want to use our reroll this early. Are we the baddies? We're gonna go Lost Supplies. Yep, Forest Guardians are the bad guys. Council of the Elders are the good guys. Take this group. Gets us more people. And let's not do a glade yet. We'll get 2 people in here, but we're gonna hold off a minute on the glade. Gotta get food going. Gotta get the workstation going. Other than that, we need to build. So everything else is fine. Oh, and we need another house. And we have to make sure the house is facing the correct way. Favor lizards, balance this out a little bit better. Q-tip, you are now a builder. Oh, if this trader is going to come immediately, I don't think that changes our play at all. We will need a blight post. Small farm would have been nice. We're not going to trade our lives away for it, though. We're going to hold off on our orders. We don't want to do anything until we're ready to get into a glade. We're going to take Butcher. It's not going down anytime soon. And hopefully we didn't just completely negate our use for Grill. Yeah, we'll wait on that. We do need to get into a glade pretty quickly, though. Year 3, we have to. Timing on the traders isn't going to be great. I didn't set limits on any of this. I don't think it matters. The only thing they're going to be able to make is planks. We don't have enough for anything else. Let our builder get the roads down, and then we'll... I'll watch my chat fight it out. We need a little bit of stone. Because we are going to need this year 3, and we need one more. We're not getting access to it anywhere else. I'm going to wait till the roads are done. Guess I'm not too worried about the roads being done. This matters more than speed right now. And then what are we gonna do? We are already at 3 impatience. We're doing fine on wood. I am gonna move you to this side. Start getting trees in that direction. Get access to as many dangerous glades as we can. One space off. Beefers at 0 isn't a problem. We can just turn this off. Production efficiency definitely matters. Alright, let's see. Year 3, we're gonna have a lot to do. First things first. Filling dishes, leather gloves. Forage production increased by +1 for every 150 units of drizzle water produced. This would be absolutely amazing if we had a small farm and a building that made porridge. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Leather gloves will be extremely useful if we find reeds, and that feels more likely. Ooh, do we want 4 people or 6? Let's vote. Yeah. I do not use the vote tab often. Either way, we're bringing in foxes, which is gonna give us a 3rd group to worry about. You know what? Let's do our orders first. Amber Trade Botanist. We intend to do trading. We definitely intend to put down plantations. +1 food is pretty good. But there's not a lot of good ways to get more wildfire essence. We're definitely going to be doing trading later, so I think Amber Trade is the way to go. Hurried Expedition. Complete a dangerous glade event. Get a free apothecary. A +3 to skewers. And 5 parts. That's a good one. We intend to do a glade pretty much immediately. 3 packs booming economy. We have the building down. 3 packs shouldn't be an issue. And the +1 fabric might also help a lot. I'm less comfortable opening these right now. We'll give those a minute. All right. Let's get this open first. Hey guys, I marked a tree. Stop cutting those. This tree, please. Enoch is a blood flower. Anger tantrums. Enoch, why so angry? All right, I'm gonna grab left group because it has 20 berries. Every little bit of food counts. And we're gonna go invest in Enoch. I'm a flower. Pretty flower. All right. Where is our ideal placement? This corner? That's not ideal for us at all. But we can put our hearth right down here. Gives us a very short walk. Alright, gotta get those clear. Gotta get all of those clear. Aww. I think we gotta get those clear. That'll give us our first field. Which should be enough for us to work with. Almost forgot housing again. Yeesh. Alright, there's Enoch the Bloodflower. We're gonna need to replace some wizards. We're gonna need to replace a lot of people. Let's do some quick switcheroos. I guess it doesn't really matter. This just makes lizards happy. It doesn't do us any actual good. Favor lizards, get some points there. Left myself with 1 builder. Which is fine. That's fine. None of the rest of this is super vital. Yep, temporarily happy lizards. Why are you guys so happy? Because they're wearing all my coats. Dang it, beavers. Might have needed those. I think it's too late to stop them now. Yeah, we're already down to 15. We'll just let them wear the coats. Where's my fox builder? I thought I had expressed how important. Uh-oh. That's very problematic. Hey, cowsies. It's only been a couple of updates. I did just completely run out of food, though. And that's not going to bring any in. Yeah, we are in trouble. Enoch, thanks for the subscription. Trader's not here for 42 seconds. This is going. Can't plant this year, so that's gonna be next year. Did we burn through the 40 meat? Yes, because of the damn blood flower. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I underestimated how bad that blood flower was gonna be. Yeah, no eating them. We don't have that perk yet. Once we do, though, lizards are fair game. There's not a lot else I can do. Alright, everything there should be cleared out. Warehouse. Small hearth. Yeah, that's the best we can do right there. We're gonna get food when this is done. I'm just hoping it's not too little too late. I don't really have a backup plan. If we get a butcher down fast enough, we don't have the stuff to get the butcher down fast enough. Oh, maybe. Make that the priority. That's done in 1:20. This shouldn't be a problem. Alright, do you have any food for sale? Not that we can afford it, but the answer is no. Don't even sell any food. Alright. Old Farliff is no help today. Alright. We don't really have anything for the secondary. Really all we're going to have is the meat here. So the question is... we're going to get 40 for that. We turn off raw food eating. That's an idea. Done in 20 seconds. Okay. I don't want to pull from the crude workstation. I want to pull a woodcutter? Yeah, I'll pull a woodcutter. We got our timed order done. Yep, Enoch has been defeated. Sorry, Enoch. Wine and pickled goods. Oh, yeah, that's one of the modifiers, I think. Cookhouse is no help at all. This is wine and pickled goods. We don't have... I'm gonna take cellar. There's a chance we can use it later. One of the world modifiers. Yeah, I could have saved it for the reroll. Alright, hopefully this fixes the food problem. Yeah, see, that's the issue I have with this, is when you beat somebody, they just immediately get to join back in. And I've asked them about that as an intent, and I don't get a response back. Like, I beat the Guardian. What's the benefit for beating the Guardian? Absolutely nothing. It's like the thing that war is good for. Yeah, that's probably the only way to get an answer, is to have Ron ask. He seems to be the only lifeline to this game as far as streamers go. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose because of food. Yeah, that is also true. Yeah, that's... Usually it's not a problem. I am definitely losing a fox. There's nothing I can do there. The food is just insane. One person there is enough. Yeah, they're not really working on balancing the Twitch integration. That's another thing that I don't think they really care about it as a feature. You guys should be almost done. Urban planning and lumber tax. Lumber tax is free money. Or we try and re-roll into something. I don't know what we're going to be re-rolling into, though. Take the lumber tax here. We need more people. We absolutely need newcomers. More mouths to feed. Did it just decide to kick you out, Q-Tip? I'm gonna take this group because it's only 4 people. And we need to start looking at our other orders. Fell 50 trees. Fuel recipes are faster. We get some wildfire essence. I mean, we're gonna fell 50 trees, right? That doesn't seem like an issue we'll have. Box resolve glade events. Join the dark side. Supplier. There's our flower. That leads us to a couple of other things. It's also better planks. We just need to do a few high value trade routes. Traders arrive more quickly and 12 tools, or this is a setup for a whole nother hearth. And traders arrive more quickly. Let's do income tax for another hearth. This one's less straightforward. I don't know when we get to either of these, so we're going to take building materials. See if we can get our point from lizards. Well, we have this small food bonus. Where did all of our bricks go? Well, thanks for stopping by, Q-Tip. It's good seeing you. The run is the run. We work with what we've got. We do need to get another glade open. We do need to get another house down. We're gonna go defeat another Enoch, I think. Only leaves me 2 builders. Ugh. They're doing a delivery. You are working on fabric finally. Yeah, everything's just going a little bit too slow. Maybe we don't fell 50 trees. Two, 4, 8. Yeah, it's possible we don't fell the trees. Well, let's put another one down. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and make another camp. We need to find one more field. Because we're already at 18 people. There's another field. Perfect. And a tea house. Hold on one sec. Be right back. Alright. Blight Rot Cauldron. We could theoretically cleanse it. For every 20 food produced, 4 Blight Rot cysts are spawned in the settlement. We're not producing, like, any food if we can get this done fast enough. Except this is gonna count. This gets us food stockpiles. Five and a half minutes. If we can get it down to 4. Doesn't produce a ton of food. Alright, let's rush it. We're gonna want this tea house. We could start breaking these open for a little food as well. I don't want to pull anybody. We're gonna get those trees going. 3 camped, we should have it. We're gonna go ahead and burn the marrow. Burn some time off of that. So we're not producing as much food, because that's gonna be 10. Got time before the house needs to get done. We don't have enough stuff for another food, so... Don't turn that back on yet. Let's watch our food supply first. Alright. We should have the trees. As long as they don't take breaks that are too long, we should have the trees. But they are taking very long breaks. I don't have enough time to build a 4th camp. Yeah, we're not going to get it. That was a miscalculation on my part. We're gonna be just short. That. Well, that's there. I need builders, I need stone, I need that stuff turned in. Tea house, we're about to get a free tea house, so I guess we're taking garden, or we wait on a reroll. Guess we wait on a reroll. Short planks and bricks. You are working on both currently. But we also need fabric for that, which nobody is working on. Gonna need more people. Open 4 caches, that's easy. We'll do that one. Go production. Thank you, cowsies. These buildings need to get done, otherwise we're bringing in food too slowly. I don't need 2 of you bringing stuff back. That gives me a builder. Yeah, everything's just a little bit too slow. Shouldn't have to buy food. Now you're up here. Yeah, the problem is there's no benefit to me going and getting you, so I may as well just focus on going to whatever building or whatever area I want to go to. Let's see. They've got the sys covered. They'll be fine again as soon as they go eat. Okay. And then once we get this plantation going, food won't be a problem anymore. Yeah. Yeah, the poison is extremely overpowered at the beginning. And then as soon as I get somewhere to start making food, it falls off to almost worthless. Because it's so slow by comparison. But at the beginning, if you drain food out, it can be a tide changer. Burn cyst, remove additional corruption? Newcomers arriving more quickly is not helpful. So we're going with the other option. We need more people again. Need a bunch of woodcutters again. Alright, you're done with fabric for now. I'm not pulling you. Put one of you in there to get that running. Get a park up here. That plantation is set. I need more people. I'll let everyone build for a minute. How short am I on bricks? Very short. What is going on? Oh, you guys are just slow, that's all. It's not that the brick situation is dire, they're just slow. I don't think we're going herb garden. It seems like there's a lot of other good options out there. Let's get some more people in here. This one's bringing 40 food and 12 planks. We need planks. This is 8 people, this is only 4. I think anger is hostility. That's fine, and it's almost done. Let's get one person in there. Everything else is fine? Everything else is fine. Just in case we've got people left over. Oh, I need 2 more houses. Alright, they'll actually get a few things planted. We're on our way for food. Yep, 30 hostility. You know what we haven't been doing? Winning the game. We're gonna need to start getting packs, doing trade routes. Not having humans is hurting me. This is 2 games in a row that we did not get humans on. Got plenty of fabric. We're getting the bricks. That is ready. We can get our boost from there. Oh no, that's not done. Buildings have to get done first, then we can start working on our packs. Okay. That sets us there. What do we got? 22. We need 24 people to get everything up and going. We start doing the packs. How much do I need to rush? We don't need to rush that much. That's almost done. Have I mentioned how much I like the music in this game? Alright, this one doesn't help us quite yet, but it's there if we need it. You at 30. And every area has different music. So every different type of map. Get that park done. Get our small bonus there. Get a park built down here. We'll be able to get that one going. Turn that off. Find out our last order. Trade goods. We don't have access to trade goods yet. Eat biscuits and pie? We should be able to do that one though. Fine, everything's fine. Fine, everything is fine. If we get the tea house, we could get porridge going. That's basically free food because we're sitting on a bunch of grain. But maybe that's unnecessary. Five of each type of pack. Maybe we don't cap building materials. Or we put it at 20. Because for the one job we need 20. Yeah, that all makes sense. Then we can start doing our trading. That one might be a waste. Maybe I don't need you. Nah, let's keep you in there. Everything else we're good on? Get somebody in here. Let's start getting skewers going. Alright, we can use more people. Get bigger food multipliers. Yep, we need a bigger populace. Everything else I think we're set for. Wait on the reroll. Did you guys actually get... Yeah, it says they're one space away. Take their word for it. We'll start doing trading. Already getting to year 6. Wow. We need one of these to be good. Another lumber tax? Or without restriction? I think this is our reroll. These are good. This is free money. But it's not a lot of free money. Everything has a higher production yield, but no consumption control. Sometimes we need consumption control. This is our reroll. Firekeeper's Prayer. Glade event work speed increased by 30%. Resources you sacrifice burn quicker. I think that's our route. This is we already have lost supplies, so that would be doubling down. I don't think we need to double down on food. We're good on food. All right. Into a glade, maybe 2. Of course, they're delivering goods, so they're not getting to the trees immediately. An open vault. We can do this. Or should we do this one and get the reputation point? I'm starting to think we need reputation points. We're not getting them otherwise, and we haven't found a good route to get them. -12 resolve for woodcutters and gatherers. That's a very small segment of our populace. We like ancient tablets on this map, but we do need to worry about winning. All of my foxes are busy. Drizzle water. More people at the cost of food. We can do another glade. Let's do another glade. I know we're rushing a bit, but I don't think we're overdoing it. There's old Farliff, just in case we need to trade in here. Ooh. We don't have the money or the provisions for this, so we're just going to have to loot the caravan. Harvesting speed increase is a pretty big bonus. And we can absolutely work around the -8. Ran out of meat. Alright, you're free to go for now. We don't have enough money for anything good here. I also don't really need anything from him. We could break a couple of these open. If we had people. Let's get some more people. Any second now. Just wait for this to light up. Okay, it has become problematic. Two, 4, 6, 3, 7, 8. Two of each seems okay. What are we most concerned about? Nothing specific. We're gonna be worried about food production. So get that going. We could have also been doing oil. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. That works. That leaves me 2 builders. Need to move 9 down here. I'll activate that one and deactivate this one, but it should counter here in a second. Get that built and it should pop back on. Alright, everybody happy. Start getting our woodcutters heading towards other glades. Consumption control is off. Everything is fair game. I'm gonna have 1 builder. All I have left are roads. Let's see what else I'm missing. Cellar, no help. Grill isn't actually helpful. We could start doing specialty housing. I'd like to have this apothecary down. We're not ready for biscuits yet. Did I get something with flour? No, I don't have a flour building. Get the archaeologist's office down. Keep forgetting that one. We don't know that we need a rain collector yet. At the rate we're going, we might need the Forsaken Altar. We're only getting half a point from this one. We're getting no points from this one. Low on food, not a big deal. We were expecting that. That will solve itself shortly. How are we doing on the fields? They're not quite filling up the fields. Alright, I need one of you to finish. Doesn't matter which one, just need one of you to finish. Harvester's camp ran out. Alright, what can we do here? Glade events faster? Glade events faster. Get the minus hostility, and you two of me. Alright, they're bringing stuff back. They're bringing stuff back. Housing situation is good. We don't need another field, I don't think. Because they're gonna crush it on food production. You can have them really crush it on food production. Why are you guys stuck? Did you hit caps? You hit cap on one. You just ran out of stone. Yeah, it's pretty bad. They really did just cobble it together. I was like, oh, we want to add Twitch integration. Here's what we'll do. And they just did. No real thought was put into it. We need to get hostility down to 2, it looks like. Lizards at 0 don't matter. Buildings are going. What are you doing with the pack's provisions? Have you not made any? Oh, I didn't set you up to make any. That was silly. Well, we do have some stuff we can turn in. I just wasn't paying close enough attention. That one's on me. We could start doing some caches. That's 40. That's 60. That's 80. Get the others in a minute. Ooh. I'm gonna need you guys to get back here a little faster. That was a lot closer than I would have liked it to have been. Kind of forgot about that as an issue. All trade routes are faster. 20 amber for every 100 ale produced. We are not making ale. Faster trade routes isn't much of a thing, but it can be a thing. Alright, I need more people again. Am I ready for another glade? Or am I overdoing it? Let's do another glade. I'd really like to find one of the archaeological expeditions. That's a lot of stuff. A fine smith. I don't know what that is. It makes amber and tools. Out of resin and water. We don't have a good source of resin. We could make a bunch of tools. That's useful for winning. That might change my plans. It absolutely changes my plans. It just straight up changes my plans. Hostility is increased by plus 45 points for every wildfire essence stored in the settlement's warehouse. Well, this one's not really an issue either. No, that's definitely going to be a fox. Get that torn down. We need more bricks for the fine smith. The rest of that isn't very important. Where did I put my stone cutter? Right there. Because right now they're collecting sea marrow. I should probably put them over here to just collect the stone, so we can get bricks a little more quickly. Anything I'm forgetting? I don't think so. I think other than that, we're good to go. We we have stuff to turn in if we need it. Still sitting on the same buildings there. Yeah, we can use more people. This is definitely doing its job. That doesn't need to be on. I need to quit hitting the escape key, though. Alright, we can finally start doing some trades for money. Yeah, see, that's not a good trade deal. We need to do expensive trades, don't we? That was the key. Alright, we're getting to that point where they're sending too many people at us at once. This is 10 per. I guess it's not a problem. As long as we're keeping up with food. And we have another 2 more spots? 2 more spots where we could put down farms. I think in this group. I kind of want the bricks. Bricks will let us get the fine smith going. Just one more spot? Just that one? Yeah, just that one. Alright. Yep, we need to get trades going so we can turn this in. That'll get us the wildfire essence so that we can get this going. We don't have the bricks for specialty housing. We could do beavers, but that's a lot. Foxes are unnecessary. If anything, we're going to do a bunch of beaver houses. Alright, put 2 of you in there. That'll help. Get another one of you in there. That will help. You're all set. We want this tea house? Eh. We can get that. A woodcutter, of course. Are woodcutters full? Woodcutters are full. That's all the major buildings? Yeah, he's doing fabric on his own. Put another person in there to help with the trade routes. What is the value that our trade routes need to be for our quest? Complete 10. Complete 3 trade routes worth at least 7. Okay. High level of corruption. Yep. We know that that is an issue. Should we just tear these down? Don't think I'm going to use them. We'll leave them there as some sort of last resort. Ooh. Interesting. Running out of wood was not something I was expecting to happen. Put another burnable in as an alternative. Could get this turned in. That'll help our fabric production. We're not too worried about fabric production, though. We'll hold off on it. Dullahan. Always tempting to buy the mystery box. Maybe if you had larger mystery boxes and I had more money. We only have 2 ancient tablets? I thought we picked up more than that from one of the Glade events. No, maybe I'm wrong. Here, there's some more people to make that go faster. That was clearly counting down too slowly. Foxes like to work here? How about that? Alright, we're gonna have them go crazy making tools. That's done, that'll help us a little. We're not building anything, so we may as well have people bringing the caches back faster. And if we get a bunch of tools, we'll get those turned in. We don't have a lot of rocks. We don't want to trade parts. We don't want to get rid of our building materials. So no more trading this season. Let's get this set up. We're not ready for it yet. But once we are, I'd like to have it prepared to go. We need to do a little bit more trading first. I got one going. Okay. We'll have it ready in 2 minutes. We're bringing a lot of things back. Food is just fluctuating wildly. It is all over the place. Hostility is extraordinarily high. I haven't found a good way to temper that yet. Alright, I'm gonna move you guys back up to here. Oh. I didn't leave a good spot for him. It's fine. You guys hit your cap. We're at 125, so that's fine. Set that to 25. Turn that one off. Raise that to 30. Raise it to 40? Sometimes we get big ones. Let's raise it to 40. We want to have the packs of provisions ready just in case. Hopefully they'll start getting tools done. We'll start... doing the caches that way. Wait until after the storm to turn this in? Wait until after the storm to turn that in. We cannot get back down to 2. Which I think is fine. I think we can handle... Can we handle 4? Can't really handle 4. We can handle 3, though. Smithy gets us coats. We might need coats. I'm going to take that. Lumber mill, that's going to save us a bunch of wood. You guys are now just a brick building, which is really unfortunate. We have 77 fabric. Alright. You don't need to be there anymore. I have not been paying attention to my woodcutters. I let that hit. But that turns it off, so we're fine. Happiness levels? Not great. What happens if I take you out? Nothing bad. Alright, we can deal with those numbers. Once that building is done, we'll have somewhere to put the beavers. Coal for 1? Wow. Oh, these are terrible trade prices. No, thank you. That is tantamount to highway robbery. We will not be playing that game. What else did I need to look at? Nothing? Nothing. Get this done. Get a couple beavers in there. We're not worried about rotten rain. Food is no longer even remotely an issue. Oh, beavers are getting a +1 from coats. Okay. Need to keep an eye on them. Actually, we can just go ahead and favor them. Scrolls. Maybe at some point. Interesting options here. We're hoping we don't run into an issue where we need to take anything from the Forsaken Altar, but if we do, we can't be afraid to use it. We need to use every advantage we can get. Oh, this one's much shorter than this one. Interesting. Alright, go open one of those. do here? Woodcutters have a 20% chance of producing twice the normal yield. We could actually use that. I'm not doing anything else with this stuff. That's the thing. And this cost 80. We have 750. I'm inclined to do this. So the most we get of these in any run is 3. These are only worth 2 apiece. These are worth a lot more. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. I'm tempted to grab this because our wood is low. If our wood wasn't low, it wouldn't be an issue. Maybe it's not an issue. Oh, we burned through so much more during the storm. That's why it's a problem. It's burning more than twice as quickly. So it is an issue. You know what? We just let these stack up. Let's buy one. I never buy these things. Alright, there's a blood flower. Oh, I didn't leave anybody available. It's gonna give us 20 amber. We're gonna lose 2 food every 6 seconds. So it's gonna hit. We're gonna lose less than 100 food. So we should be fine. This got done, I didn't really even notice. Bed and breakfast. 10 amber every time a trader arrives. Or reinforced axes. Woodcutting is a lot easier. Woodcutter camp production is 35% quicker. Faster woodcutters is definitely a positive. Get into that glade, and maybe this one down here? We'll see what the one on top gives us first. I would like you to go back to being a fox. I don't have a lot of spare foxes. Do still need woodcutters. Don't need a leather worker. Everything else is fine, I guess. Trade some coal. That's alright money. Yeah, we're gonna start doing these for victory points because we're not not really making a lot of progress towards victory. So we probably need to start... Oh, they're still using them for that one. This again. Well, these aren't as helpful as last time. Let's go ahead and cleanse this one. Tavern? Tavern's pretty good. We have the stuff for it. Go have somebody collect the tavern. It's got 2 ancient tablets in it. I like ancient tablets. Send somebody to go get that. Now we turn in this one. That sets this up to be completed. Temple Explorer's Lodge. Gain a +1 global resolve for each rebuilt or salvaged building. It's going to be like 7 or 8. That's a pretty big one, if we can get it down. We need more wood. Alright, you guys just stay close to home bases and collect wood. Everything else is being worked on. I need another house. This needs a park. I'd like to go for the upgrade here, but we don't have the people for it quite yet. We're not trading tablets, even though they're worth 14. And I don't think we need more people. Keep the builders. We need that house to get done. It says you were gone for too long. That is a thing that happens. Pick berries. Do we need more people? I don't... That's a lot more people. I don't think we need that many. Could do this and get 4 more people. Then I need another house. Are we getting too many people? Maybe we're getting too many people. Maybe I should just settle down for a minute. Yeah, we might be overdoing it with the people. Was that this? It was that. Okay. Can you start this one? Yeah, you can start this one. Excellent. Okay. Well, that's how we're gonna win. We're gonna win by doing glades and getting caches. But we're gonna have to do it a little bit faster because impatience is catching up. I've got 3 things prepared to be turned in. We need 2 high-profile trades and a bunch of small-profile trades. Do one of those. Definitely don't need 2 of you in there. This is done. What helps us? Glade event workers can carry more. That helps with glade events. Tinkerer. Press. Press gets us flour. Flour turns into more food. Also oil. I don't know when that actually gets completed, but it's there. You guys don't appear to be making food fast enough. Because you're running out of things to make food with. Here, use that also. Stick to berries. Oops. No, there are no nukes. Get out of there. What was my coats building? Send cookies. Yeah. That I would like. How do I send cookies? The smithy. It's not getting down for a while, but none of this is getting down for a while. I need you guys to speed up a little bit more. What was that sound? Oh. This could be prepped. We don't have enough people for it, do we? For 4 of these? I ran out of wood. That activates that one. Oh no, they're all good. You ran out of stone, but we're at 33 bricks. That's pretty good. We could bring more people in. Tempting. Could cause problems. That's 10 people. I've changed my mind. 10 is a little more than I was ready for. Ooh, these aren't great options. We already have access to a tea house, which gives us access to everything we needed from there. Where are my traders at? Minute 21. We could trade some fabric. I only needed 25 of these, so we can trade 4 away. That gets me this one done. 2 more on this one. We're gonna have to buy pie and biscuits. These are ready to be turned in. Oh, it was an abandoned cache that got finished. That's what the sound was. Alright, let's start preparing for some more glades. That one's actually ready. You've been collecting plant fiber this whole time. And they're going crazy on skewers. That's why they are so happy. These buildings are bad. Let's do a reroll. Carpenter. Nope. Druid's Hut. Nope, these are both bad. One more reroll. Small farm I can work with. Brickyard may be better. 3-star bricks. Do we need grain? We don't need grain, right? Not specifically for anything. Vegetables are worthless. Unless we're going to try and get biscuits. We could get biscuits and porridge out of it, which helps both of them. Assuming we have a way to make flour. Let's check that first. We do. We have a press. We have a ton of grain. Alright, it's completely unnecessary. So we'll take the brickyard. Brickyard, another building that will one day eventually get done in the future. If I get a bunch of people, am I going to be in trouble here? Nah, it's fine. Grab a bunch of people. This one's only 8. Nobody is currently working on fabric. That's a good spot for a lizard. I picked a very poor time to do this because we need more houses. Well, let's see if we can get them back in time. Forced delivery on the woodcutters. Huh. Put us up to 4, and I don't think I have a good way to drop it. Nope, I don't think I have anything that's gonna drop it. Villagers move 10% faster on roads. No big deal there. Nothing else we're worried about trading for unless I want to buy a bunch of planks. And why shouldn't I? No reason to riot. Everything is fine. You know what? I don't need that 1 barrel. There. Now I have a bunch of planks. You're just rioting because you're not getting cookies. Queen's Impatience will go up shortly. Yeah, all I got going for me at the moment. We got the tavern up. We were going to get the Explorer's Lodge. That's going to require a lot of things we don't have. We're not trading meat. That would be silly. Why did that go up and then or down and then suddenly back up? Oh no, what happened over here? Why aren't you allowed to use this? Why was this one not allowed to use sea marrow? That's weird. Alright, we shouldn't need any of that. Whoa. Alright, they need to fix that glitch too. There's an issue where sometimes if you click on a building while it's paused, it'll just unpause. Well, we can get rid of the crude workstation. We now have a specialty building for each one. We can fill the tavern if we need to. Gonna tear down the granary. We shouldn't need the weaver. So we're going to tear down the weaver. You guys are not making coins. Stop that. We're sitting on a bunch of tools. Okay. Alright, let's not do anything else right now. And we'll just prepare for the next. Oh, the next year. Don't really want to sell bricks. We need to do some single sales. Yep, 4 more single sales. Bloodflower. Bloodflowers aren't bad as long as we know they're coming. We can prepare in advance. We still haven't found an archaeological discovery. Pretty sure they get the one on the left open first. No, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Need to do a couple more small trades. We always need more stone, it seems. Get lizard points. Now we gotta wait for the clock to be up. Oh, we found Ionic again. Another Blight Rot Cauldron. This is a little intense. We just keep running into these. That's right, I'm coming for you. I wonder what happens if we beat all of these. We're not going to be able to do it on this one because impatience is too high. But what happens if there's no glades left for you to be in? Fiber delivery line. I think we're good on fabric, but let me check. Yeah, we have a ton of reeds. We don't need fiber delivery line. Faster wood cutting it is. Are you kidding me? Game. I need you to relax with the Blight Rot Cauldrons. Pot feed. That's for this run. Oh, I don't want to do this. I want the 17 food, but that's going to be too much Blight Rot. Unless I can get a couple foxes out here. What does that do to our timing? 2 minutes, call it 3 minutes. $30. All right, we can work with it. Just work with it. What, already? Oh, this one finished. Oh, he made double. He got a ×2. Oh. I didn't even think of the ×2 possibility being a negative. Explorer's Lodge will help. We should get a couple of these going. We can do 2 mediums. high level of corruption, and we're not even there yet. Do I need to turn you guys off? 30 seconds? A minute and 30 seconds? I hate to turn off food production, but it looks like I need to turn off food production. Now I can go back in. Because that's going to be a lot of blight rot. It's going to put us over 20. Am I going to need a second blight post? Let's pretend that I do and put one down. Herbalist Camp and Forum, neither of those are really helpful. I don't want to keep paying money for rerolls. $207%. You guys are just starting this one? I guess it's fine. They're gonna get it done with plenty of clock left. Harvester's Camp is out of stuff to do. Like, they're actually out of stuff to do. We can trade tools. That's a lot of free money, right? 40 money? What are we doing on... Ugh, we ran out of copper bars and crystallized too. That's too bad. I'll have to get more from somewhere. Alright, is everything here ready to be turned in? Everything except for those two? Biscuits only because I haven't built the building yet? What's my biscuit building? Did I actually have one? Or did I not pick it? Apothecary. Never built it. Alright, get that put down. Yeah, they're done already. They took forever to get stuff over there. We'll put people in here later. Boxes, okay. Now, the people carrying stuff back don't need to be foxes. Don't make tea. We may want incense, though. We may equally want resin. So just don't make any of that. Cap you at 100 biscuits. Should I turn the water on? Takes them 2 minutes to do it. I ran out of pipes. Never mind. We don't have any pipes. Nothing I can do to lower hostility here. Well, that's just gonna exacerbate the problem. Shouldn't be an issue. Nobody's gonna die. just short on tools. Go break that one open before I forget about it. Oh, you guys are actively collecting pipes. Great. Now what finished? Alright, just get the forum, I guess. Oh, smelter? Smelter, we could start making our own bars. Alright, I need to free up a few people. And we need to start heading towards more dangerous glades. That one's pretty far away. That's gonna take a while. I didn't actually free anybody up. I still need 2 more. That'll do. Alright, they should be able to take care of this. So I think the Blight Rod is handled. If I'm wrong, it's too late now. Don't use the stone, that would be silly. Everybody's a little unhappy. Okay, yeah, they're not having an issue at all. I don't know if they get down here, though. I mean, high-level corruption. Did it just add a Blight Rot? Like we got it down to 9 and then it immediately went back up to 10? Well, thanks for hopping in, Eonek. I hope your allergies get better. Oh, yeah, I haven't actually been drinking water this whole time. Thank you for the hydrate. I do forget. Sometimes I just sit here and don't drink water. Everyone drink water. It's very important. It does in fact matter. Everybody's unhappy. But does everybody matter? Oh no, I didn't hit investigate. So they didn't bother investigating. Did we win? 2, 4, 5? Almost. We have almost won. We are on the cusp. Global food production speed increase. Half a reputation point. Free routes when you discover a glade. None of this stuff matters. Large baskets, that's more food. We'll take that. Yeah, we are just looking for food stockpiles now. nothing else is going to affect us. Hey, System Chalk. They were complaining. Every time a storm comes, they all freak out a little bit, but then they're fine afterwards. What are you up to tonight, System Chalk? Anything fun? Got something awesome on the second monitor? Alright, I'm gonna pull this guy. We don't need to trade anymore either. I mean, clearly I'm the one on the second monitor, so is there anything fun going on the primary monitor? What else can we do here? We don't need to rush anything. These are all kind of taking care of themselves. We're just short of being able to win at our leisure. I need to put down a mine before I forget. Don't care where. We just have to place one. We might not even put anybody in it. The mere existence of a mine is what we are going for. Oh, you guys capped out planks. That was unexpected. What are we doing on biscuits? We are not fully up to date. I don't have good access to clearance water. Can I get good access? No? We only have drizzle. Yeah, that's a pretty late time for any sort of caffeinated drink, but if you have any decaffeinated, it's never a bad time for that. Alright, we're gonna burn through wood again. I think that's okay. This lets me keep at least somebody in there. We're not doing any glades this year. So here's what's about to happen. This level's about to end. We're about to win. And I'm not going to want to start another one. Otherwise, I'm going to have another night where I don't sleep. So I need something else to fill a little clock. I am open to suggestions. What is the article? Is this a self-written article? Or is it just something you really want to see a number of people read? You know, we could get more people and put them in here. That doesn't help our hostility problem. Again, with the exacerbating. What is it an article on? I like to read. Perhaps I would be interested. Stonecutter's camp is done. Here is the last of the things you can collect. Sure. Go do that. I would like a link. Can you try and post the link? I think I removed the prohibition on links, so you should be able to just put it in there. And if I am incorrect, I would like to know that as well. Excellent. I did, in fact, click the correct button. It's hard to be sure sometimes. As I say, I like to read. But also, having video games is a major hobby, and budgets being a very sad hobby. It's right up my alley. Oh boy, we finally found one. A little late. Better late than never, as the saying goes. Let's see if we can get any food stockpiles out of this one as well. Lizards are going to be really unhappy for a bit. I'm going to need to be a little more mentally aware of them. They're just so easy to ignore. They take care of themselves. Usually. Alright, game. Need to fix that. Yeah, when you start explaining the individual words that you that you want the reader to know, that can be kind of difficult. Queen's Sailors. When this effect is active, hostility is increased by 330, but each ongoing trade route decreases hostility. Oh, I am just short of being able to do that. We can get the parts. I don't want to do that one. That's going to increase impatience. Work time doesn't matter. Nothing of value there. Nothing of value there. That's the only possible value. We're going to turn in a couple of these so we don't get ourselves stuck. Which was always a possibility. Alright, and we bought ourselves just a little bit more time. I think that's all we're going to have time to do. I don't think we're going to be able to hop into a bunch more glades. Game UI orders logics min value routes objective. I'm sorry? What? Game UI orders logics min value routes objectives. That's exactly what it says it is. Right there on the tin. I always like it when games do silly things. It makes my day just a little bit brighter. I used to really enjoy bug hunts. I know devs absolutely hate bug hunts. Alright, that one's done. No real victory there, though. That's already finished, apparently. They're bringing the food back, which is the part we were concerned with. And then next year we open up 2 of these dangerous, or forbidden glades. And see if there's anything we can get there. And then we're out. No good reason to do any more trades that I'm aware of, unless there are some achievements that I should be going after. Which is a thing I should probably pay more attention to. The outside leveling is something I've kind of ignored. We were more concerned with food stockpiles. Gods know what you have done in Swims Away. Welcome back, Enoch. I see you've made the people just a little bit more angry. My favorite kind of lurk. The kind that just makes a few people pissed off. Oh no. Just like, hey, I'm watching you. Oh, everybody's unhappy. Are we worried about that? Is that an issue we need to concern ourselves with? Maybe? Nope, it's all fine. Everything's fine. Just need to watch this clock, make sure we don't let it run out. I think after this we get Last Stand. And Last Stand buys us an extra 30 seconds when this maxes out. Ah, pause during lightning strike. I hate it. Alright, here we go. these glades, see if there's any food stockpiles, and then we'll leave. Nothing there. Nothing there. A free herb garden. Nothing there. Machinery parts? Machinery parts aren't nothing. Alright, let's turn in our game UI order logics min value routes objective. I missed that little bit of extra time. While they complete this, which will take 8 seconds once they brought the goods there. This doesn't blow up on us, right? No, we got tons of time. Got all the time in the world. Yeah, that feels like a Skyrim command. There's so many fun things you can do with the... Oh, wow. I forgot what it's called. When you press the tilde key... I don't know why my brain doesn't work sometimes. Console commands. Yeah. I can think of the name tilde, but I can't think of the console commands. Stupid brain. Needs to put in a little bit more effort. Do we have enough time for this? I'd like to get the extra artifacts. I don't think we're around long enough for the blight rot to matter. Put another fox in here? Yeah. Once they get started, we could burn some sea marrow. But they haven't even started bringing the drizzle water over yet. So I do need to be concerned. That's 8 minutes. Okay, that's not going to go off. That's 8 minutes. That shouldn't go off. Okay. We're more likely to run out of patience than any of those things. So we'll just keep an eye on this. And to answer your question, no, there cannot be too many video games. All the video games. None of that should matter. If any of it does matter, we're already in trouble. Wait for this clock to start. Burn all the sea marrow. wait till they bring the artifacts back so that we don't accidentally forget them, which is absolutely a thing that can happen. You jump the gun before they're in the warehouse, you just don't get them. We picked up 85 food stockpiles in this level. That is incredible. All right, let's just win before I screw something up. Pulled out 221. We leveled up to 15. Clay pick greenhouse. Greenhouse is nice. Forge trip hammer. Powerful and precise machinery. Parts can be produced in the smithy. Titan belt. Travel costs on trade routes is reduced by -1. So it's increased by 1? Sorry, grammar. Doesn't apply to routes already in progress. This effect scales along with the quantity of goods exported. Trade negotiation. Trade routes are worth 1 more amber. That's a huge number. Burnt to a crisp, also amazing. Oh no. Not as amazing I thought. Still pretty good. Gain 20 coal for every 3 burned blight rot cysts. Alright, it's not bad. I may have hyped it up too much. Refinery. Win a game with a mine, a smelter, and a smithy. That's why we built the mine. Prosperity 4. Collect 80 reputation points through villager resolve. Export expert. Complete 150 trade routes. Maybe we should have been doing more trade routes. Prestige 14 complete. New record. Our previous personal best was 13. Well, you opened up a bunch of stuff. Nothing good that goes together, though. Alright, let's turn in some of these. What's the refinery? Gain 4 crystallized dew for every 20 resin produced. If we end up doing a regular Royal Forest... Royal Forest? A regular forest level where you get resin from trees, this is amazing. These are experience points. That's experience points. And the other ones we don't turn in. We leveled up. We can get Last Stand. That will buy us some time. How badly do we want Field Kitchen? It's an immediate food multiplier. And if you've got foxes and humans, porridge is amazing. Because it's just water and grain. Just like real porridge. I don't know how I pass up Last Stand here. That seems like the one we really want to get. It saves me from myself, which is the biggest factor. If anybody's gonna screw things up, it's gonna be me and not the game. Reveals location of the nearest geyser. That's not great. You can see more of the world map at the beginning of the cycle. That's not really important either. An extra embarkation point is pretty good. That's 2 more embarkation points. Might matter more later. And starting fabric is neat. Sacrificed goods is basically worthless. Cornerstone rerolls are nice, but not ultimately necessary. Buildings can hold more, workers can carry more. Every worker in your settlement gets a permanent +1 to their carry capacity. That's pretty good. But do we want to spend a bunch of points on it? Starting fabric seems like the way to go. And a cornerstone reroll. Or we work our way up this tree to field kitchen. Where's money? Where's the money embarkation? There. Embarkation bonus amber. It's up the tree I didn't want to do. At the really high prestiges, that's nice, but I don't know if we have the embarkation points for it. Refabric, cornerstone rerolls. This tree is also production speed. Trader arrival speed. Alright, well, who do we get on our next run? A very unfortunate setup. We are absolutely going with the just harpies on the bottom row. Storm lasts longer. Oh no. This is where we start getting into trouble. So these two both have 84 food. This one has a lot more. 126, 154, 154 food. $14 free fabric. That one's extra bricks. This one also gets the fabric. I think I'd rather have harpies than beavers, maybe? Harpies can get us a lot of points on their own if we can keep hostility down. Alright, so if we assume we're going with harpies, what are we more worried about then? Embarkation points, which we can't get immediately. Okay, what's our starting food then? Something we can do in the field kitchen? No. No, not even field kitchen helpful. Yeah, I think we just start working towards the embarkation point. One more point is 40 extra food. Although the carrying capacity is great. And it's global production. Speed. This is walking speed. Walking speed isn't bad. I have to go through all three of those to get it. It's 300 points. Oh no, we might not even get it next time. How high do we have to go for field kitchen? That's 90, 160, 220, 280, 300. That's also about 300. And this tree isn't helpful until we get all the way up to here. At least we know we would get that next time. Okay. Maybe we do the brass forge tree for now. That's not planning ahead very well. Where is it? Global production speed. Yeah, leading into higher carrying capacity is kind of amazing. We can only do 2 of them for now anyway. Then we're out of food. We're probably going to end up getting level 16. I don't see us getting 17 and 18. I guess it doesn't matter. 16 is our big one. Or sorry, 15 was our big one. We've already got our big one. We really wanted Last Stand. And we want to get the Amber. Because starting on Prestige 19, it costs Amber to go into Glades. And if you don't start with it, it's going to kill people as your alternative. So, oh, you wanted to go somewhere else? Sorry, somebody has to die first. Alright, what do we want to do now? Unfortunately, the For the King 2 closed beta is over. It's unfortunate for 2 reasons. 1, I wanted to stream it. I'm not going to get a chance to stream it. And 2, because I can't actually play it anymore. When they ended the closed beta, it just stopped working. For the King 2. If you've never played a For the King game, it is about the closest thing you're going to get to a role-playing board game for single player. Ah, okay, we did talk about it before. That's another one that, if I started playing it, I wouldn't know when to stop and I'd be up all night. Alright, let's see here. Oh, I'm not going to start another one. This is my night to sleep for the entire weekend. After this, I have to get up early every day, and... 9 hours. 9 hours is a long time. I was watching Ron Empire. Ron is the other one that plays a lot of this game. He did a 15-hour stream last night. He was on while I was on, and then I went to bed and woke up and he was still playing. That is dedication. The whole family and job thing kind of gets in the way. I can't believe you were able to play Book of Hours for that long. I feel like my brain would give up. There are a lot of things to remember in that. Book of 9 hours. Sadly, a book that takes 9 hours to read isn't that long. Alright. What are we going to do here? Let me pull up another screen and see what I've got. I've got some demos on here. Nothing spectacular. I've been meaning to get into Hydroneer and Satisfactory again. Ruden's real analysis. Walter Rudin is the author of 3 textbooks: Principle of Mathematical Analysis, Real and Complex Analysis, and Functional Analysis. Wrote the book in 1966 to show that real and complex analysis should be studied together rather than as 2 separate entities. Okay. I have not read that. As much as I like the mathematical, I could see where that would not be an easy read. You just made that up. That's the most Clopen thing I've ever seen. So if I played games for about an hour, Hydroneer is silly. It is a silly game, and the first hour is weird. If we did a Slay the Spire run, I could embarrass myself with that. That's a fun little game. Satisfactory, I'd want to start a new planet on. And I don't know what that would look like on my stream. I haven't tested that at all. I haven't loaded that up in over a year. But they've had several updates I've missed that I want to take a look at and just never got around to it. So how about we just do a quick Slay the Spire run? I'm not ready to log out just yet. Sometimes you just want to play a little bit more games. And I don't want to play just an hour of Zelda. Hopefully, this is not just super loud. No, seems fine. Yeah, seems fine. Alright. I've mostly been playing this offline, obviously. I haven't played it online in months when we did like 1 or 2 runs. They're all at 7. I'm trying to keep them all at about the same level. We'll do a nice, straightforward ironclad run. So if you haven't played Slay the Spire, it is a deck builder. We get something at the beginning. Random rare card, a random common relic. Remove 2 cards. Obtain a random boss relic. Because this is obtain and not choose, it's not going to give me a choice of 3. It's just going to give me a random rare card. I think we're going to go with a relic. Hey, if you hit the big heart, that's a win. Let's take a relic. Bronze Scales. Start each combat with 3 thorns. Thorns, when receiving attack damage, deal damage back. So every time we get hit, we're going to do 3 damage. We're only on difficulty 7. Prestige 7, Ascension 7. So the runs aren't super difficult yet. We have plenty of options here. We definitely don't want 2 stores in a row at the beginning. 1 store would be good, but 2 might be too much. All right, well, thanks for stopping in, System Chalk. If I'm still around later, I'll see you then. I'm mostly just going to play the cards. If you guys want more explanation on the fact of what cards do, just give me a, hey, what's that? Opted for coffee, eh? Better stick to just 1. Let's take the free Intimidate. 1 week in Exhaust, we get to play it for 0. Do we want a question mark early? Or should we just keep collecting cards? Let's get the question mark. If things go poorly, we have store options. Just a single 32-ounce mug, no big deal. Hey, we got a fight anyway. Well, we can kill the small one. Right now our deck is really simple. It's mostly just defend to get 5 block and attack, do 6 damage, with the exception of our bash, which does 8 and makes our other attacks do 50% more. Anger, Cleave, Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw a card. That power leads into a lot of good scenarios, but we're not there yet. And we do kind of have to focus on what we need to do right now. Cleave can be useful. Let's take Cleave. It's a lot better than our current attacks. Let's start working on the back one. That just barely doesn't kill the back one, huh? We can do this and just take 1 damage. We're healing 6 after every combat, so taking 1 damage is not a problem. Ugh. Alright. Maybe we don't take any of these cards? Dealing 5 damage twice isn't bad. Alright. We're going to take this because it's an upgrade to our current deck. Not that it's a great card. It just is better than what we are currently using. Let's Let's try and kill the back one first. Huh. Full block round. Still gonna take 1 damage. That's 10, 18, 24. Pommel Strike, 9 damage and draw a card. Clothesline, 12 damage and weak. It's kind of like a block. Perfected Strike isn't great. We tend to get rid of our strike cards. Again, that's one of those that's good up front, but then turns bad very quickly. Let's do a store. Whenever a card is exhausted, gain 3 block. I like that one. And let's get rid of one of our regular plain old strikes. And we'll fight an elite. That's not a great start. Hi, kitten. He's gonna do 16. Well, let's try and go straight damage. See if we can't just get the battle over with as quickly as possible. Go full defense this round because we beat him next round. Every 10th attack you play deals double damage. That's going to give us something to pay attention to. Costs 1 less each time you lose hit points this combat. Starts at 18. Goes up to 22 and drops the cost down to 3. This is good if we start getting our butts kicked. Sure. If we start losing, we'll play it. Clothesline for 3 weak or bash for 3 vulnerable? I'm thinking bash. Helps us with the bigger boss types by making them vulnerable longer. Do we want to go for a super elite? I think so. I think we're in a good spot here. This fight is going to last long enough for our regen to kick in. We have a really good power card for this battle, so naturally I'm not getting it. We can't quite get a kill in. Let's minimize the damage here. That'll help going forward. So each of these is going to give us 3 block. So that'll get us up to 9. This is the perfect battle for that card. Can't kill him unless we decide to play this potion. I don't think that potion is worth the 3. Pentagraph. At the start of boss combat, heal 25 hit points. We got our emerald key. Shrug it off. Gain 8 block and draw a card. I really like that one. Do we want another boss? We'll end up getting 2. Do we want 2 bosses with no break in between, or do we want a campfire and then a boss? I think we're going to take the campfire. Vajra. Start each combat with a strength. It's a decent card. That's a lot of little guys. I can kill 2 of them and just tank a bunch of this damage. Yeah, we're just gonna tank the 10, or do I kill the back one? Let's go ahead and kill the back one. We like to have a potion slot open in case we run into a potion. Like that. Exhaust any number of cards in your hand. I don't know if that's helpful or not. Deal 14 damage. Strength affects this card 3 times. That's great if we had any sort of strength bonus aside for 1 Vajra. Take another Shrug It Off so that we've got block. We didn't get anything here. Intimidate doesn't do anything on its own. We can kill him, but we're going to take a little damage. Or we can block it all. And still do 6 total. Yeah, there we go. Feed. Deal 10 damage. If fatal, raise your max hit points by 3. We're going to head to this campfire and upgrade that immediately. We want to kill things with this card. If we get it next turn and no other attacks, it's not enough. So we're just gonna take the 6 damage. We want to make sure that if we get feed, we can kill him. It's possible we don't get it. Oh my goodness. We did not get it. We're just blocking this turn. It's worth it for the 4 max hit points because it also heals us. The Boot. Whenever you would deal 4 or less unblocked attack damage, increase it to 5. Grab another Feel No Pain. Let's do a question mark. We're going to heal 25 when we get to the boss because of Pantograph. Remove a card from our deck. Get rid of another regular strike. Upgrade what? Clothesline? Cleave? Cleave can be made useless by a bunch of cards. Shrug It Off, increase our defensive power. Let's increase our defensive power. We've been focusing a lot on offense. Alright, well, I can't directly get through his block, but we can hit him with an explosive potion. And then get through his block. And that keeps him from hitting us for 36. Throw an attack in there now. Sorry if you can hear my cat purring. I'm not actually sorry, though. She just likes to sit in my lap and purr. I think we can afford to take a little bit of damage here. It's only 4. And our next hit is a double damage hit, so let's make it a big one. 38, that feels nice. That's incentive to just throw weak attacks out there. To get pen nib up, I need to pay attention to that. Does this pay for itself? Does he go down to 7? Yep. Okay. We can get the full block in here. We need to do 3 damage over his 9. Alright, we got it. Our next hit activates pen nib. Perfect. Block, kill with feed. 4 more max hit points. Another feed? Oh no. And then if we run into 2 of something, we can do it twice. I'm sure it'll be fine. Philosopher's Stone. All enemies start combat with 1 strength. During boss and elite combats, gain a strength at the start of your turn. Are we only worried about bosses and elites? Because 1 strength can add up. Over time, that's a lot of extra damage. And we're not playing a lot of 0 cards. I am fine being a secondary monitor person. Alright, let's do boss and elite combats. Have that be our concern. Alright, where are our elite trains? Here? Where's all of our rest spots? There's no good route that gets us a bunch of elites and rests. But we can get 2 rests pretty early here. 2 rests, 2 elites. Seems like the best combo I'm finding. And we could do the store. We got some money. We might find a good artifact at the store. Or we could do 2 question marks and hope. We like to do fights. especially with our feeds. We can't get through its shield. Let's do the feel no pain. If we block for long enough, it'll just kill itself. Alright, the block train is over. The boot. Sometimes the boot kicks in and actually does damage. Can we get a kill here? We could get a kill with the non-upgraded feed, or we could try and wait. See if we can get the upgraded feed. I could also accidentally kill him without using either feed, and boy would that be terrible. But we'll just take the regular feed. We're gonna skip those cards. What do you got for me? Whenever you add a skill, it is already upgraded. When adding cards in your deck, you may raise your hit points by 2 instead of taking a card. That's pretty nice. So when we skip, we actually get something for it. Let's go with that. Got our block in. Just try and get through the defense. Or play the feel no pain and wait for a better card. We'll wait for a better card next turn. Our pen nib activated. So we could hit with this for 26. We have no defense. We're just gonna take the 22, unfortunately. Alright, I would like the feed to kick in. I would also like to not take this much damage. So we'll focus on the block for now. Alright. Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw a card. We haven't built a deck that exhausts. There's a lot of scenarios where that is helpful. We're not currently in one of those scenarios. But we might end up in one. Just trying to minimize the damage. Is this the fight for Metallicize? course they didn't attack that turn, a turn when I had no block in my hand. Oh, they're not attacking this turn. I have no block in my hand. Interesting. Not quite a kill, unfortunately. Can we get a kill this turn? $18, $28. Yeah. Alright, we got one. Can we work our way into the other one? Or is he gonna heal faster than we can do damage? That works. We're slowly gaining max hit points. Ooh, metallicize. I like metallicize. We're going right because we want the 2 question marks. Or sorry, the 2 campfires. Upgrade a card. Obtain a special relic and a curse, which is going to do a bunch of damage to us. When do we get another store? Never? I'm concerned we won't be able to get rid of this. So let's just do an upgrade. Upgrade our metallicize. We're doing another upgrade right here when we'll do our feed. So hopefully we can keep our health high. Alright, this is a pretty bad one. Let's do the weak. We're gonna take some damage here. We might end up healing at the next campfire. 14. Let's do the damage. I feel like the best way to fight these guys is to out-damage them. Oh, that costs 0. That's not quite gonna kill him. We'd have to go all in. Oh, forgot about metallicize. We had the full block there. Oh, we're not gonna waste our feed. That's for sure. That was silly. He's gonna kill himself on my thorns. We should have saved it for feed there. Disarm. Enemy loses 2 strength. Exhaust. That's a really good card. Do I need to rest up? I hate to not rest and then regret it. Or we could rest up there if we need to. Upgrade the disarm. White Beast Statue Potion always appear in combat rewards. Don't like this fight very much. We need to start killing him. He's gonna get real strong real quick. 13, 22. Or we need to focus on blocking. How about that combo? And we only take 1 damage. Yep, let's finish that one off. We need to minimize damage. It would have been nice to hit him with feed, but we're not always going to get the max health. See what we can do about getting a feed off on this one. Alright, we got one of them anyway. Seeing red. Gain 2 energy and exhaust. Let's take that one. That could be situationally very useful. You want a boss fight or a fire? Let's do the boss fight. Yeah, let's do the boss fight first. Speed doesn't work on minions. We can still kill them with it, but we don't get the kill bonus. Should I hit with feed just to do the damage? We'll still have the other one. Can you hear that? My microphone is picking up tiny kitten snores. I'm sorry. Good time for disarm. Good time for metallicize. Should have played the feel no pain earlier, but it worked out. We didn't take any damage. Probably should have killed this one first. Nah, I didn't want the debuff. We'd have to focus on this one to kill it. But I feel like getting the weak on him is more important. Should have paid attention to my pen nib. Oops, I should have played this. That was poor decision making. Let's see if it costs me. Can't quite kill him. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die and there's nothing I can do about it. Right? I could exhaust cards for 6 each. That gives me 24. Puts me at 48. They're doing a lot more than 48. He's doing 45 on his own. could play this and kill one of them. It still leaves me short. We're doing 54. Vulnerable doesn't help. Yep. I draw more cards. I forgot that I draw more cards. That could have swayed my decision a bit. Now we're just going to take a bunch of damage, but we're still alive. I'm glad I didn't just give up. There's our feed. Captain's Wheel. At the start of the third turn, gain 18 block. Fill all empty potion slots with random potions. Upgrade a card from your deck, upgrade all strikes and defends. So that's 7 cards that would get upgraded. So we can either remove a single card or upgrade 7 cards. Let's upgrade 7 cards. Alright, we're in survival mode. With a very unfortunate draw for survival mode. We're just gonna play the feed and do the damage. I'm more worried about the back. If I was gonna do potions, I should have done them first. Before I played all my cards. And we might be in a scenario. Oh no, we've got defense for this turn. Kill the back guy and take 1 damage. We'll just take the 1 damage. Pen nib activated. Come on, feed. No feed? Can we survive without taking damage here? Maybe get feed this turn. There we go. A regen potion is nice. Spot weakness. If an enemy intends to attack, gain 3 strength. Strength is not the route we've been going this run. Obviously it never hurts to have it, but let's take the hit points. Snecko. This should be interesting. Cards get random values. Yeah, let's minimize the damage. We have another feed. Let's play it. Do we go 5 rounds here? We're gonna get a potion anyway, so let's play it and see how much we can get. There's the 4. Bless you, kitten. Poor kitten has allergies. This game is for smart people. Eh. I don't always play it very well. Sometimes I play very poorly. You've already seen me almost lose once. Because I forgot which cards I had played. We're going to take the 2 hit points. Upgraded Rampage is fun, but we have a pretty big deck, so we're not getting the bonus from it. We haven't been getting large block numbers, so double block doesn't help. Alright, now we need to rest. Alright, we are going to throw pretty much everything we've got at this guy. It's not helping us with our defense issue, but come on, kitten. What are you doing? You're ready to play. Alright, well, we'll see if I survive this battle. And then we'll... Disarm would be nice, but he's currently got defense on him. I'm wondering if I should hit him anyway. Because eventually we're not going to be able to keep up. But I'd like to kill the small ones. They each stole a feed. Alright, maybe we do just focus on the big one. Until we can't get through anymore and we severely need defense and don't get it. Let's try this. We're gonna take a little damage, and he's gonna prepare for a really big attack. Start hitting the small one. We do need to get him out of the way. Dexterity, bonus block. This would be the turn for it. And we hit him with a weak. It drops him a lot more than our one block would do. No, not a lot more. A few more. Get the little guy finished off. Get him injured and ready for a big hit next turn. Come on, something big. Something big. Alright, 2 small hits it is. Oh, let's hit him for whatever we can. Because we're going to have to block this turn. The boot. The boot kicked in. Can't quite finish him off. Oh, we're so close. We could use this and get the feed in. That's probably worth it, right? For 4 extra hit points. Demon form. At the start of your turn, gain 2 strength. That adds up a lot over time. Tiny kitten, it's not playtime yet. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, hi. Double the effectiveness of potions. Gain an energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer see enemy intent. I'm not good enough to play without enemy intent. There are people that just know the kitten. Kitten. Just purr right into the microphone. Gain an energy at the start of your turn. Shuffle 2 wounds. 2 wounds isn't bad. We have a pretty big deck, so we're barely going to notice that. Kitten / machine gun. She does sound effects. That's her side hustle. She watched Police Academy and really wanted to emulate. I can't remember the guy's name. He's also in Spaceballs. He was the guy that's just amazing at sound effects. Alright, if we go up here, we can get store. And a scary elite at the end. But we might be able to make it work. Tiny kitten. You have too much energy for your own good. She's been sleeping all day. Just kill this one. Oh, it doesn't even kill him. We'd have to use Seeing Red to make it kill him. 22. Close enough. Kill him next time. Maybe we'll get a feed out of it. Nope, no feed. We can cleave. We can do all of these cards. We can feed this one, but we're going to take 16 damage for it. We have no defense. I miscalculated. I'll take 8 damage for no reason. Alright, there we go. Demon form? Demon form. We just get stronger every time. Alright, now we can get some block in first. Then we hit him with the feed. Can't hit him, we'll take too much damage. Yep, we're just not getting enough defense cards to go on offense. Alright, now we just need a defense. Few defense cards in our feedback. There we go. Fairy in a bottle. When you would die, heal to 30% of your max hit points instead. That seems pretty good. Another disarm? Just keep stacking those on somebody and then they can't do anything. These regenerate. So after you kill them, they come back. And I still want to kill this one to take less damage. They'll come back with half health, though. So they only came back with 25. We're gonna exhaust some cards here. There's our demon form. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage, that's okay. I don't know if feed works here, because he's not technically dying. No. No, it did not count. You have to hit the last one with feed. Then it counts. Now let's get rid of Gambler's Brew. Upgraded Anger. We'll take the 2 hit points. Jutting from the chaotic terrain around you, a bony sphere surrounds a mysterious glowing object within. While you are curious what lies inside, you notice some sentries keeping an eye out. A fight for a rare relic. As soon as you strike the sphere, the sentries spring to life around you. We started off with our demon form. That's pretty good. This is less good. Free attack card? Yeah, no, those aren't great. Random attacks. Alright, we got hit that time. Hopefully this rare relic is worth it. Sometimes it's not. Wow, they are doing a lot of damage. We drew a burn. Oh no. I could have finished him off with blood for blood, but... Oh, I was hoping for a feed there. We didn't get it. Unceasing Top. Whenever you have no cards in your hand, draw a card. Another Metallicize. That's free armor every turn. Huh. Couldn't do a cleave there. We would have taken extra damage from those two. Mostly worried about getting our victory here. No block. Okay. Not a lot of choice in that round. Let's just completely take out the front guy. There's our other feed. We'll see if we can kill the back one off. Oh, hey kitten. I think that'll do it. That's 31. We're gonna have to hit him once first. We're gonna take a little damage for this. Kitten, you need to settle down. I know, I'm gonna play with you. Not enough. We need more block if we're gonna attack. He's got 16 thorns. We use both of our feeds, right? Yeah. Let's finish him off. Second win, exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand. Gain 7 block for each card exhausted. That's an interesting concept. We're gonna take the hit points for this one. Let's get the store. We've got money. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, gain 6 block. You can no longer become weak. Whenever you obtain a curse, increase your max hit points by 6. Another disarm. Don't think we end up hitting another store. I'm not sure if this is a great idea, but I'm gonna take it anyway. And then we'll get rid of Twin Strike? Better than Strike. I should get rid of Strike if I'm getting rid of a card. We don't need potions. Our potions are pretty good. Well, thanks for coming, System Chalk. I'll read your article later on. Have a good night. Us from taking damage. This thing's gonna attack eventually. Yeah. Let's take 3. Okay. Oh, that doesn't even kill him. This will get us another card because of Dark Embrace. Yeah. Sure. There's our demon form buried. Our timing on this one is not the best. We can kill the one in the front. This is not our best fight. Alright, at least we can finish him off. Boy. We are just tanking damage this time. Uh-oh. Show me feed. There it is. Kunai. Every time you play 3 attacks, gain a dexterity. Corruption. Skills cost 0. When you play a skill, exhaust it. Situationally useful? Probably not in our current deck. Situationally very useful. Alright. We can always choose to just not play it. We're gonna go this route. And get the 2 fires. Because I need to rest. We haven't recalled. Demon form right off the bat, but then we can't quite get full block. I think that pays off. Rather take damage than get cursed, which is what he was going to do. Really like to get more than 1 attack card. Well, he's not going to do much damage, that's for sure. Oh. I should have tried to get a feed in there. Most of our cards are upgraded. I think we can safely get rid of that. Alright, we need our recall. Let's do it here before I forget. And then hopefully we get a rest in on our last one. I need to keep in mind pen nib. Ooh. I also forgot about that skill. Twenty-seven. Good time for the block card. It was not a good time for the block card. I'm gonna try and see if we can get the feed in here. No? No. Drop kick. If the enemy is vulnerable, gain an energy and draw a card. We're gonna skip here and take the hit points. Boss first, question mark second. Giant head. He does a countdown and then he does a lot of damage. This is probably a good corruption fight. I don't want to play those. Need more cards. A little bit more defense in here. There we go. Need to do more actual damage. Should play my non-damaging cards first. Oh, not great. Alright, that got me some defense in at least. Hey, Contessa. How's it going? Yeah, this is going to be the last run. I'm also not very good at this game. I am very slowly learning. Exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand. Deal 16 damage. I think we'll skip that one. Need to focus on winning here. Make sure we don't screw that part up. This will get me a little bit more defense. And a defense card. Can't justify playing feed. That's not great. Work with what you got, though. I was trying to avoid playing the disarms. I was hoping to get rid of his artifacts first. Helps. Finish this one off. Try and get a feed in here. Get at least one. Oh, gonna have to do some damage first, though. That'll work. Another metallicized. That's hard to pass up. Alright, we have got to rest. Alright, this boss doesn't like it when we play powers. Let's see if we get a choice. That one might be worthwhile. Play a power, he gets a strength. Yeah, metallicize is still going. Oh, do we save this for the second half? I think these count as minions, don't they? Maybe they don't. Take some damage. Oh. Oh no. Yep. Face tank. Can't always get around it. I think I need to play this. No, I need to play that though. This won't help us this round. Sometimes we get enough lock-in, sometimes we don't. I'm just gonna play this. I need him to not do the damage. Alright, here we go. Second half. That's a lot more helpful now than it was before. this. Now we can block this around. This is fine, everything's fine. We've got the defense to cover it still. I don't think we end up needing to play Corruption in this fight. We burn all of our feeds. No, we've got one left. We can justify waiting around to see if we get it. There it is. Alright, here we go. Final act. We still need a rest to get to full health. First attack each combat is 8 more. Start each combat with 1 more. Oh, raise max hit points by 7 and heal all hit points. That's unfortunate. Get rid of one of our strikes. Alright, here we go. This fight I'm really bad at. And I am going to take some damage. We're just going to try and minimize it as best we can. Okay, we need to be facing that way. So that's gonna have to happen. Demon form would have been nice, but we need all the defense we can get. Which is going to include turning around and disarming him. Just play the feed. I probably could have flex potioned and gotten a kill there. 1930. We can flex potion and kill here. I was hoping that would lead to more block. It did not lead to very much block, though. Am I gonna get any attack cards? No? Get all the defense cards and all the burns. Unfortunately, our defense doesn't carry over. Just short, huh? Red Skull. While your hit points are at 50% or below, you have 3 additional strength. Words are hard. Here we go. No reason not to play the Thorns. We have Fairy in a bottle. And we're sitting on a speed potion. But it takes 63. I have 1 defensive card. Nope. I can play this and hope to draw a defense card. Hey, I did. Look at that. Totally paid off. A mere 50 damage instead. This time he takes a bunch of damage. 90 to be exact. Good old Thorns. Should have played the demon form there. Hope that doesn't come back to haunt me. Yep, we're going to take a lot of damage. Let's hold off on corruption here real quick. See what we can do without it. Okay, no damage there. That weak might come in handy next turn. Should have played my speed potion there. It would have been a good round for it. That's okay. There will be more rounds. Now is it time for corruption? We're getting there. We are getting there. Ooh. And then he kills himself. And then he kills himself. Alright. Success. Ascension 7 complete. I have no idea what a good score is. But we'll take it. Alright. That is going to do it for me tonight. Had some fun. Played a couple of different games. Let's see who's still on. Looks like most people went to bed. Hold on one sec. Let's see if Twinge is starting or stopping. Oh, looks like he's just getting done. That's unfortunate. What's Ichigo doing? Ichigo is... Oh, she's just getting done too. Maybe this is just bad timing. Dolphin Chemist, he'll be on for a while. Should we go hit Dolphin Chemist? Everybody likes Dolphin Chemist. That's everyone on my list. I don't have anybody else that's on right now. Alright. Oh, Salford is on? Well, let's go hit Sal's channel. Sal is playing some Oxygen Not Included. Sal's a good person. They deserve a raid every once in a while. Alright, I'm gonna be off tomorrow. I'll be back on Monday. I know it's a holiday, but I'll be here. So thanks everybody for coming. Hope you had a good time. I don't have anything else to say at the end here, so I'll see you all next time. Have a good night. Bye for now.
Then it's always going to turn out at 400.